have as many people coming in this morning because of Saturday, and people have lots to do on Saturdays. Thank you very much for being here. So I was wondering whether some brave person can start us off with a song this morning while everybody else is coming in, so that we can all warm up in this cold room. Who's going to be brave enough?
Outina saisa valeda
Kuyacha, Obizana Mafaya Brigade Kuyacha, Bizana Mafaya Brigade Kuyacha, O Kuyacha, 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 Obizana Mafaya Brigade Kuyacha. Now Mafaya Brigade London. Obizana Mafaya Brigade Kuyacha. Oh Kuyacha, 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 Kuyacha. Tio, tio, tio mama tio, 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 tio mama tio. Kuta, kuta, kuta basak tunya. Kuta, kuta, kuta basak tunya. Tio, tio, tio mama tio, 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 tio mama tio. Kuta, kuta, kuta basak tunya. Kuta, kuta, kuta basak tunya. Impi ya masocha, impi ya makerila, gubano yokala shase. Impi ya masocha, impi ya makerila, gubano yokala shase. Jiti kwa kali aka hotele gubana yokala shase kwa kali sipam hotele gubana yokala. Comrade Kichuma, Kichuma, Comrade Kichuma, Kichuma, Eta, 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 Comrade Kichuma, Kichuma, Comrade Kichuma, Kichuma, Safika Beko, Epitut, Safiko Alfred, Epitut, Alfred to Sanza, Osfuna. Nongosu senza, asbata, aruma, nyamaza, aruma, nyamaza, eta, tio, mama, tio, Tiyo mama tiyo. Kuta kuta.
Unokosilo abamasiyo abazange bambona abazange bambona zange bambona abazange bambona abazange bambona abazange bambona.
Tiyo, tiyo, tiyo mama tiyo, 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 tiyo wonakele. Asina mal, asina luto, asina mal, asisebenzi. Asina mal, asina luto, asina mal, asisebenzi. Male, 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 male. Dola, dola, mala, dola. Asina mal, asina luto.
Thank you, everybody.
Asina mal, asisebenzi.
Hello.
Asina mal, asina luto. Asina mal, asisebenzi. Wanyulusi petrolo. Wanyulusi petrolo. Wanyulusi mochulo, wanyulusi mochulo, male, 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 dola, dola,
Friends,
dola,
hello.
dola. Amanda!
Can we settle down, please?
Anda.
Thank you very much, everybody. Give them a hand, please. Oops. Good morning again. My name is Faisal Randera. I'm one of the members of the Defend Our Democracy Campaign Secretariat. I'll be chairing this session. So we've got a lot to do today and this morning and this afternoon. It's an exciting session. But before I call Trish Hanekom, who's going to come in, give us an overview of what happened yesterday, I just want to remind ourselves of why we are here today and why we've come together. And this is a message that was sent to me by one of my friends, comrades, and he says, he wasn't able to come to the two-day conference, but he says, so don't worry, I'll be part of the outcomes. You are representing my sentiments, and I think he's saying all of us, not me personally. And vote Grootman. He's calling me Grootman for some reason. Please don't disappoint by coming out with the same tired old red roadmap. I think I'm focusing on this particular sentiment because we've all come together over these 2 days because we want to go away with clear messages. Now, all of you participated in the commissions and listened to some very good speeches yesterday, but at the end of today, we've got to come out with a declaration, we've got to come out with resolutions, we've got to also decide on where this campaign, what is called the Defend Our Democracy campaign, is going to. So with those few words, let me invite Trish Hanekom, who is also a member of our secretariat, who has prepared the document of yesterday's deliberations. Trish, welcome. Thank you very much.
Great seat. I'm I'm sorry to disturb your logistics, but I thought I was going to be able to see the slide change. So, Faisal, you need to do a 1-minute time filler while I get my computer, because I can't see the screen.
Just wait for you to come with your computer.
I'm not really tall enough for this, am I? Good morning, everyone. And a special good morning to those of you who weren't here yesterday. Oh, wrong side. Apologies. Good morning, everyone. And I was saying a special good morning to those of you who weren't here yesterday, because this is probably primarily for you. This isn't working. Can you hear me? Yes. Perfect. So this recap of day one is not because 90% of you weren't here yesterday and heard everything for yourself. It's really to be able to provide some kind of framework for the breakaway sessions today that will emerge with a program of action that will be captured in broad terms in a conference declaration. There are also people who are here today who weren't here yesterday. So you'll see that there are lots of words on the slides, but I'm not going to use all those words because we're going to set up a broadcast group so that you can receive this document as well as the document summarizing what the campaign has done so far and the inputs yesterday. Anyone who has a smartphone and access to Daily Maverick, thank you, Mcipisi Jonas. Your input yesterday is in full. So if you haven't already seen it, you certainly have immediate access to Mcipisi's very useful framing of this conference. After we've finished with the input of the summary from yesterday and the input and some of our thinking about the campaign going forwards from Zakira Vadi, we hope that this will provide the rich backdrop to the discussions in the breakaway sessions this afternoon. So we started off yesterday with a reminder from Reverend Chikani that the campaign emerged as a result of the crisis that had been developing, and in March there was a call to action that was endorsed by large numbers of people as individuals and as organizations. And Reverend Chikani reminded us that all of us in all of our different formations need to stand up as the people, as the last line of defense, that we're not going to be taken for granted, that we need to take the levers of our country into our own hands, that we are not going to allow those who want to destroy the country to win, and that we will emerge from this conference with a declaration and a program of action. When Zakira speaks, she'll speak more about the focus of the campaign when it was initiated and what the 4 themes that Reverend Chikani recapped yesterday were focusing on, as well as the intention of the campaign to support the campaigns of affiliated sectors and organizations to emphasize an end to the corruption and looting that has affected the socio-economic rights of our people. The conference expectations that emerged from the plenary session in the morning were really fundamentally about renewing our constitutional democracy, and to do this, that it needs all the people of South Africa. Sorry, I'm forgetting to move the clicker. So it requires all of us to participate in and support in our communities and in our workplaces, in our organizational formations, in our community-based organizations, actions that are going to result in that renewal of our constitutional democracy. It requires us to be volunteers. It requires us to look at whether our electoral system is working for us, and it needs us to communicate. And this requires specialist skills in task teams to ensure that the renewal we anticipate and the plan of action we emerge with materializes. There were many comments which have been drawn together that set out the context for this conference, that we're in an environment where there's polarization and social and political strains worldwide, and that there are indeed dark forces weakening our democracy, that this has led to inequality, poverty, and failures in service delivery, disengaged and somewhat angry citizens who've lost faith in democracy, a vacuum in law enforcement and political leadership, and a manifestation of that was the July unrest last year. But more worryingly, political killings, assassination of whistleblowers, a rise of racism and xenophobia, and a space created because of the lawlessness for militias and vigilantes to emerge, and for those dark forces to coalesce, feed off, reinforce, and run parallel to each other. I hope I've quoted you correctly from your paper, Mcebisi. I think you said the alarm bells are sounding, and we need to up the tempo in defense of South Africa globally and in South Africa. Mcebisi also set out a very useful framework for us on 5 drivers of what he described as democratic backsliding, corruption, populism, the global economic and climate crisis, volatile geopolitics, and a political crisis in South Africa. When I forget to move the slides, will someone wave at me? Am I on the right slide now? There we are. Thank you. Mcebisi, you're in my line of sight. Will you wave at me when I forget to move the slide? Thank you. And he also spoke about how these drivers of democratic backsliding manifest in utterances and moves to undermine our democratic institutions by those in power, governing parties rejecting the legitimacy of opposition parties and restricting democratic practices, state-sponsored violence being used against opposition and or tolerance of violence as a cover for authoritarianism, and the actual curtailing of democratic practices. So what were some of the things that were set out with regard to what needs to be done? Firstly, political and electoral reform that requires us to rethink the electoral system, to increase accountability, and to create a climate for meaningful political competition between parties. In the terrain of public sector reform, to really ensure, and we'll deal with it in the consolidated report from commissions, that we have a capable state and a state that is, whose institutions are fit for purpose, with a truly independent professional public service commission. This requires us also to have the discussion and address our political shortcomings as a country, and require a democratic public reasoning to reset the start button so that we get our economy working and our country working. A third area that was set out in the presentations yesterday was the need to stop corruption, and that the recommendation, thank you. Am I on the right one? Yes. That we need to take seriously the recommendation of the State Capture Commission report, that there should be an independent State Capture Commission chaired by a judge, that there needs to be ongoing research to uncover those deep networks of corruption yet to be uncovered, and we need to support whistleblowers. The fourth area that was set out in the presentations of what needs to be done was in the area of peace and security, to develop a national vision, to reform and capacitate the security cluster, and to ensure that we, the people, can feel assured that there's an effective, responsible, and accountable security system. There was also an important comment that was made by Sandy Africa in her presentation about populism undermining democracy, and that there really needs to be an ongoing public education process to stop that anti-democratic populist agenda. So some of the areas of focus for the campaign that then went into the commissions was that what happens is the country is obviously underpinned by the economic system, and that our economic model needs an overhaul, that we need a game plan inspiring hope and based on a common set of values and a reimagined future, that the campaign and in society we need platforms for wide conversations about our future and what a minimum program should entail, including a possible shift to constituency-based electoral system, public sector reform and an independent public service commission, a broad front to drive renewal and change, encouraging political competition to replace party dominance. And again, I might not this time be quoting you absolutely accurately, Mcebisi, but really saying that it's time for us to stand up to save our country. It's no longer an option, that an active citizenry is no longer an option, and that the new political moment has come. So this conference needs to be part of ushering in a movement with a new language, uniting South Africans irrespective of political affiliation, and social standing. So going into the commissions, we will also circulate to you the presentation that was made by Khotsi Chikani yesterday, which captured and summarized the themes of the many comments that came on the discussion document that was circulated for this conference, so that you can look in detail at those themes. But these are the themes that you might want to consider in the breakaway sessions today, because they capture the inputs of people around the country, organizations around the country who are not necessarily with us, but might be part of participating through online streaming. I'm then going to run very quickly through the big issues that emerged from each of the 7 commissions yesterday. So obviously what got said in the commissions in a few hours is not captured in detail and will be part of the conference document, but it's really so that everybody has a view of the most important things that came up in each commission. And when you get this presentation, you'll obviously be able to, there's a bit more detail than I'm going to speak to that you can refer to when you're in the breakaway sessions. So the first commission was making democracy work better. It was looking at the electoral system, accountability, transparency, and participation. Thank you. I'll get it when I get to the end. I've only got about 9 more slides to get it right. That commission really provided some kind of assessment of the status quo, what was working, what was not working, what was adequate, what was not adequate, and set out 3 big things: to advocate for a broad and inclusive national movement toward fundamental electoral reform, to harness an inclusive program of voter and civic education, and to vigorously defend at least the status quo in the Political Party Funding Act, where there seems to be some lobbies to water it down and regress. The second commission dealt with making the public service work for the benefit of all, and it really set out in 2 areas: a campaign for professionalization and a call for an active citizenry. The campaign for professionalization entailing a public service and a government that is fit for purpose, an iron wall between politicians and the administration with respect to employment, ending cadre deployment, and I'm sure that those of you who were following the news yesterday, there were no less than 7 op-eds calling for an end to cadre deployment. Establishing a truly independent public service commission, and rethinking remuneration and ensuring that it is performance related. As civil society, how does it support that campaign for professionalization? To call out and oppose the destruction of public infrastructure, to involve the youth, to ensure that there's community participation in administrative processes, a culture of accountability underpinned by values, and I'm sure it wasn't the most relevant point that was captured, but I liked the statement, make our politicians scared of us. So that was the last sentence. The third commission dealt with political parties, public representatives, and parliament, and really taking a stance that there's a time for a set of new norms and standards. Its major proposals were to ensure that Parliament and elected representatives are accountable, a theme that is recurring, that there's transparency in the decisions of Parliament and public information disclosure, that civic education really results in a deep democratization process. There was support in the Breakaway session for the direct election of MPs and a more constituency-based system, a call for a national indaba on the electoral system. I think in the previous commission, you saw there was a call for suggesting a referendum, collaboration between organizations to ensure that the strengths and resources are shared to make bigger impact, and developing a people's manifesto that puts people's demands up front and serves as a reminder that those who are elected in order to serve the people based on transparency, accountability, and delivery in terms of their manifestos. The next commission was building people's power in a democracy and exploring what that means today. And there were 5 big recommendations again, that it requires building citizen power and citizen constitutional literacy, that we should activate people of all faiths in the struggle for social justice, that a gathering of civil organizations to plan campaigns and work out a calendar of actions and events is necessary, and to some extent that is what this is today. To leave this conference with a plan of action, that the agenda for defending democracy should be people-driven and with common purpose with other working class and poor people's movements. There was a nice sentence in their report saying that the measure of democracy is the quality of life and dignity of all people who live in that democracy, and that means health, education, clean water, sufficient food, safety, and jobs. The next commission was about jobs and what needs to be done meaningfully to address the unemployment crisis. They dealt with 3 things: the macroeconomic system, the education system, and leadership. Their argument or proposal is that there needs to be short, medium, and long-term interventions to deal with the macroeconomic system, that there needs to be community-wide infrastructure to support growing the skills of the future as part of our education system, and that leadership requires us to reclaim people's power. The next Breakaway group dealt with state capture and corruption and what is needed by civil society to eradicate ongoing capture and corruption. Just as a reminder of what the status quo is, the Zondo report has been released. It has 239 recommendations. 167 of them, the vast majority, related to individual accountability for the corruption and looting that took place. The big ideas coming from that Breakaway session were to monitor and track the implementation of the recommendations of the Zondo Commission report, to continue to to watch and recognize that state capture is not over and require accountability, and to ensure that whistleblowers must be protected. On a nice positive note, there was also a comment in the report saying we should keep doing what we are doing. Many people in this room have been at the forefront of exposing and responding to state capture and corruption, but that we should broaden the fight and connect up civil society organizations to achieve greater impact. On local government and what must be done by civil society across South Africa, there was, I thought I had it. I'm on the right slide, thank you. There was a problem statement, which I'm sure that you all might want to refer to when you deal with when you're in the breakaway sessions today. And the big proposals coming from that breakaway session was that we need a new vision for civil society and building advocacy, that there need to be training programs for civic and public education that is participatory and deepens democracy, that support should be given to networks that are going to assist in rebuilding in our cities and towns, and to stand up against the destabilization of communities where there is efforts to address community needs. And again, a takeaway from that breakaway group, that civil society can both work together with and hold government to account. So in short, from the 7 breakaway commissions, a strong call and statement that we take democracy seriously, and in doing so, teach it, debate it, improve it, and defend it. I think that's hopefully is not too long-winded, a capture of what happened yesterday, and will feed into the breakaway sessions today. Thank you, Dr. Andera.
Did Trish do a fantastic job? Let's put our hands together again. So I'm going to allow one person from each group. If there's something really burning that you think Trish left out of the summary, if not, we can move on. Is there anything that people want to raise from the floor? One person, 1 minute.
Hello. There we are.
Right,
Okay.
let's move.
In the People's Power and Mobilizing group, we agreed at the end of it that we would endorse a universal basic income grant, and I don't see it mentioned anywhere. And I would also like an answer from the organizers about whether Khalid Bassa and John Tolo was invited, and if not, why they aren't here. Thanks.
They are here. Okay, Trish, basic income grant as something that needs to be included, or reference to a basic income grant. Okay, anybody else?
Yes. Yeah,
Where are we?
I'm here. I'm here, old man. Okay. I think just to start by adding on that basic income grant, what we raised on our group also is that there are 8 million young children from 0 to 6 who are not accessing basic needs in terms of foundation, crèche, and basic education from 0 to 6 and the nutrition. And as we are defunding our democracy, we need to start there. Because we can say we need to defund our democracy from 0 to any age so that we don't discriminate. That is number one. Also, yeah. So also we spoke about the issues of working class summit. To say, as we are here, we are calling ourselves as working class, but where are the unions? And when we talk about working class, we need to involve unions. They need to take accountability, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who are agreeing with the minimum wage that also oppress most of the people, including women in particularly. We saw during the COVID-19 era where women died in a factory because they were working for their children. So when we defend our democracy, we need a working class, a really working class. NUMSA is having a conference outside why they are not part of this defend of our democracy, because they need to be here. Thank you very much.
Hello, am I audible? One of the things that was left out that we feel is incredibly important is the mention. Oh, I need to stand. One of the things that was not mentioned but we feel is incredibly important is talking about a just transition and climate justice. I mean, it's impossible to talk about an economic future. It's impossible to talk about housing and food security and food sovereignty if we don't discuss climate mitigation policy, if we don't discuss how we're going to adequately address the climate question. So I feel that it is an important thing to add to not just the jobs teams, but to, in fact, most of the working groups, because I feel that it is a discussion that we must have, because climate change will ultimately change our approach to democracy and the way we govern ourselves and the world. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Clark. I was in the Parliament group, and a question that was posed by me and got a resounding no was, did we believe that Parliament, as a legislature, would change the Protected Disclosures Act and reform it as has been recommended by Zondo and working with whistleblowers? Everybody agrees. The resounding answer was no, Parliament is not going to take that initiative. And it then begs the question that since whistleblowing is one of the vital things that contributed to the Zondo Commission, is how do we ensure the Protected Disclosures Act gets changed? And that requires, it seems to me, speaking truth to power, speaking to the executive. It's not working. We've plenty of appeals to the president. He pays lip service to it. If legislature's not going to do it, the only option is the judiciary. There needs to be civil litigation that compels, in the same way as the Glenister initiative, to actually force the change and the overhaul of the PDA, because I really don't believe we have much of a future of democracy unless whistleblowers are not just protected, but esteemed for what they can do to bring about change in the corruption of this country.
Morning, thanks. It's Kugan Pillay from Leaders for Integrity and also Active Citizen Movement. Just two quick points. One, I sat on the local government commission, and what was mentioned there, not captured, Trish, is the point by the Salga representative. He spoke about performance management. which is aligned with appointments, which is aligned with accountability. So I think it's an important point. And then a colleague of mine who attended the State Capture Commission spoke about, we haven't seen it there, even though there's been lots of mention of whistleblowing. But as the ACM and other allied organizations, we do have a model law that we are ready to table with Department of Justice, but maybe with a different democracy stream. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last person.
Hello, everyone. Okay, I was in the local government commission. What I've seen, we've made a good structure on our way forward, but we haven't emphasized on the strategies that we are going to use. And also, which tools and elements are we going to use to reach out to the general public, and also to spread the information or disseminate the education amongst, we talked about the basic education system, that you should also include civil society, civil education also in our basic education, like in schools. So we haven't talked about how we're going to strategize on that. Thank you.
Can we move on? I want to call Zakira Vadi to the stage. She's going to be talking about the DOD and the history of the DOD and what we've done in this period of time. But as she comes up, can we put our hands together, because Zakira...
Okay, thank you everyone. I'm just going to share a little bit about the background of the DOD. I know Reverend Chikane covered part of this yesterday, so this is just a quick overview. So in March 2021, the South African Council of Churches made a call, and it was what Bishop Mlwana was mentioning yesterday, calling for people to speak up against any forms of destabilization in the country. And Reverend Chikane picked up on that call, called together a group of people from civil society organizations, different activists, and the idea was formed to establish some sort of a campaign that could deal with the immediate threats to democracy that were emerging during that period. And the rallying call during that time was for people to become the last line of defense of our democracy. So at the time, some 70 organizations and over 13,000 people signed our campaign document. And it called of people of all backgrounds to unite and be loyal under the Constitution, and to reclaim what has given us our collective dignity, self-respect, and the admiration of the world. We called on people to oppose the threats to our democracy, stand united against those intent on violating the values and principles embodied in our Constitution. And we ended that saying our resistance must be resolute against those determined to make a wasteland of this great country. As time progressed, sorry, I forgot to click. As time progressed, we began to formalize a little bit more and put together some core aims and objectives of the campaign. And our aims were four. The first is to defend our constitutional democracy, eradicate state capture, and stop the corruption and looting in the public and private sector. Number two, call for action against destabilization by anti-democratic forces. Three, to speak up against the unwarranted and unsubstantiated attacks on the independent judiciary. And number four, to demand accountability and the deepening of participatory democracy to achieve socio-economic justice. And there was a provision to all of these aims that we would support the campaigns of affiliated sectors and organizations, particularly in relation to the democratic rights of people, the underprivileged, emphasizing that corruption and looting has affected socioeconomic rights. We pulled together a group of people that's the secretariat of the campaign, and that includes Reverend Frank Chikane, Dr. Faisal Randera, Nishan Bolton, Trish Hanekom, Popo Molefe, Prof. Nick Benedel, Reverend Moss Nkla, Trevor Fowler, Sheila Sisulu, Dipit Patel, Advocate Mujanku Gumbi, Nicole Fritz, Manline Comfy, Kristen Abrams, Murphy Morobi, and myself as the campaign manager. And we then employed an additional staff called Taliwe Shivambu, who is the admin officer, and I think everyone here has been in touch with Taliwe. Duretsang Memeti, who is the comms officer, and Keshni Das, who we brought on board to help with organizing this conference. Very quickly, I'm going to go just snapshots of some of the work and areas that we focused on in the last year. We are just over a year old. We formed by launching this campaign at Constitution Hill. There was a press conference that took place, and that's the visuals that you see up on screen. We followed that up with a picket, and this was during hard lockdown time, so you couldn't really pull together masses of people. But we managed to do a very good picket around defending our constitution. It was the time that former President Jacob Zuma was in defiance of a constitutional court order. And you can see here some of the whistleblowers, some of whom are in our midst today, lifting the orange overalls and calling for orange overalls for those who are found guilty of violating our rule of law. There was a very high point in the campaign when Babita Deokaran was slain outside her home, and I think all of us here will remember that incident. And together with the Kathrada Foundation, AUTA, and a range of other organizations, we held a demonstration in Johannesburg, and I know there were similar demonstrations and meetings, etc., in other parts of the country. But important here is that we highlighted that it's not just Babita that was killed. There's been a series of killings of whistleblowers, honest public servants over the years. If you look at just in Limpopo province, for example, we've been in touch there with some of the union movements, the SACP and others, around the killings of whistleblowers who were involved in reporting the VBS matter. And I think you'll see just a listing of some of the whistleblowers there. We've had various demonstrations, again in conjunction with different organizations, and one of those was outside the Zondo Commission, where we asked the President, what's the country plan to deal with state capture? And that's a question that I think still persists, given that the Zondo recommendations have now come out. What is government's plan in relation to those Zondo commissions? Are they going to be implemented? When are they going to be implemented? There's been a lot of work done in conjunction, again, with the Kathrada Foundation and other organizations around the Guptas and the Bring Back the Gupta campaign. And at least now there's some movement in that regard. And then we've also had various meetings, public meetings, and in this visual, this is at St. George's Cathedral in Cape Town, at various points, so the opening of Parliament on different occasions. We did some grassroots work, and our first experience was really an invite by the NCDF, it's the Ntwane Community Development Forum in Limpopo, that called us to their area because the organization has been deliberating on water and sanitation since the dawn of democracy. Despite having a reservoir that you can see up on the hill, the community still doesn't have water, but you can see the reservoir from where you stand in the community. And that was very successful, and we went to other areas, Polokwane, Jane First, spoke to communities, and it really gave us a sense of what may be possible in future in relation to grassroots mobilizing and really linking up with communities on the ground that are doing work in particular areas. We've done some work around Anti-Corruption Week. So we've had some interaction with communities in different provinces around Anti-Corruption Week. You can see here Mandla Mpempe from Swaziland, who's holding his pledge board. We've helped with the launch of a book. Robin Foley, also in the audience today, had written a book around state capture and all of its manifestations. And similarly, there were a range of different activities that took place in different provinces, all not organized by the DOD, but by supporting organizations. And again, here you see a model beginning to emerge on how different groupings in different areas can do work, but related to a common theme. Recently, we've done some work on the Gauteng health crisis. Charlotte Maxeke Hospital, there was a fire and very little feedback from government on what was the plan to fix the hospital. And through the PHF Progressive Health Forum, Aslam Dasu and others who are here today, we managed to pull together groups that had already been doing work, Treatment Action Campaign, Section 27, the Cancer Alliance and others, into a coordinated group that would liaise with government. We've now had a commitment from government that they are willing to do a joint oversight committee with us to ensure that some work and oversight and accountability mechanisms are put in place, and that monies that are put in place for the fixing of this hospital are not looted or diverted elsewhere, but this is work in progress. We've supported various pickets. I think the Bridge Brigades by OUTA, other organizations, has been something that's continued on an ongoing basis. And then recently we've launched the campaign conference document, which everyone here I hope would have had sight of. And that's been the basis to work in various communities. We've called on facilitators from different parts of the country to do facilitated programs and workshops on the conference paper. And that's then resulted in, I think, the feedback that we received today that informed the themes for the conference here today. And Khotsi Chikani, I think, yesterday presented on that, just going into detail about what that entails. Over and above this, I think to know that we were curtailed in many ways by the COVID restrictions in terms of mass mobilization. But there's been a number of online rallies that have taken place, especially during the hard lockdown period, various webinars, sectoral meetings, discussion sessions, and community forums. And those community forums, I think the example of Finetown in Soweto, which we did in the last 3 weeks, really gave us a good sense of what may be possible in future in terms of democracy dialogues and civic education. So what has the campaign accomplished so far? We've managed to provide a counter-narrative. So there was this anti-constitutionalism narrative that was building, and we've managed to counter that significantly. In this regard, we have created some sort of a platform for leaders across different sectors, and to an extent organizations as well, to rally behind the call that all should be equal and accountable before the law. We've also provided a home for individuals who don't see themselves as being anti-state. So we're not anarchist, we're not anti-state, but we want to challenge the corruption, capture, and destabilization. We've also called for people to be the last line of defense, and this in defense of our democracy, and this may have resonated with communities during the failed insurrection period, leading to public efforts to stop the looting. And I recall during that period we had many engagements with activists from KZN, from Gauteng, briefing sessions, just to see what people were doing and where those efforts could be strengthened. And then we've prompted thinking around provincial, regional focus areas on issues of corruption and capture, leading to some forms of localized mobilization. And that's on broad national issues, but as in the case of the Gauteng health crisis, on very specific thematic issues as well. So where are we and what's the shifting context? Where we were, we had hard lockdown, the Zondo Commission was still on, former President Jacob Zuma's defiance of the Concord Order was still to appear before the Zondo Commission was still ongoing. People in military regalia were outside the house of the former president. It was a very tense period. Zuma's arrest followed. You had the July 2021 insurrection that took place. There were various PPE scandals that I think completely shifted the focus on a whole range of things. Many organizations began to focus on doing work in that regard. And the Guptas were still living their lives in the UAE. Where are we now? Many of those COVID regulations have been done away with. The Zondo Commission has been finalized and their reports have been issued. Zuma is out of prison. We've got a state of crisis in many instances. So there's ESCOM, the Day Zero in Eastern Cape, and the water and sanitation issues that come from it. There's been acts of sabotage and arson, the burning of parliament, sabotage at Transnet and ESCOM. The Guptas have now been arrested in the UAE. We don't know when they're going to be extradited. And now there's political tensions leading to the 2024 election period, and I think we can anticipate that it will be a period of heightened political debate and tensions going forward. And lastly is the socio-economic crisis, partially stemming from some international factors like the war in Ukraine, for instance, but also locally, and just the rising cost of bread, of petrol, the difficulties of the day-to-day experiences of people, the level of violence in our communities. So in this context, what we are saying is that the Defend Our Democracy campaign must re-evaluate its role and contribution, and it needs to consider what the threats and opportunities are. Importantly, we must consider what the country may need, and if we can act as some sort of a buffer that may unfold, and what is happening and what may still unfold in the country. And can we bring together like-minded groups, people, individuals, to channel that growing public concern and anger in a manner that is both constructive and is aligned with the values of the Constitution. And this would put us in the kind of phase of being somewhere between a campaign and a movement. And there's a quote there from Saul Alinsky, who's an organizer, and he says that change comes from power, and power comes from organization. In order to act, people must come together. And he speaks about the organizer's job and how it is about building confidence and hope in people. And it's about winning limited victories, and each of that, again, builds more confidence. And people begin to feel that if we can do what we have with what we have now, and if we've achieved this much, then what will we be able to do when we get big and strong and we come together in a more united way? And I think that that's important given the kind of disillusionment that people feel at the moment, the sense of lack of hope that people are experiencing. Sorry, that's the quote. So the way forward, if we look at the possibilities of moving towards a movement, I think we must agree that there's a need for some sort of a common platform that draws the linkages between the work that different organizations do, between all that's unfolding in the country at the moment. And here we are saying that we should consider a movement for democratic renewal and change. And what this movement could focus on is supporting local struggles that are linked to democratic renewal and change, driving civic and political education, and I think Monley, you raised that earlier, the importance of this, providing leadership in times of crisis, so in everything that's unfolding, what becomes the center, who begins to give political direction, that's progressive, that's in line with the Constitution. Providing a sense of hope that lifts people out of their current state of pessimism and resignation, and developing skilled activists at all levels of society. And in relation to all of this, it's important about convening civil society on key issues linked to democratic renewal and change on a regular basis. What would be the character of whatever may emerge? So I would like to hope that there's agreement that it's politically non-partisan. And upfront, I think we must declare that there's no intention of contesting elections. So it is driven from a civil society perspective. It's not aligned to any party, and it's not interested in elections at all, in contesting elections. It can act as both a pressure group to government to act and implement, so we can pressurize government to implement the Zondo Commission. But where necessary, we can also collaborate with the state. If there's a need to fix potholes in a community and government wants to get civic support, we can collaborate on certain issues. Organizations, institutions, and individuals can form part of this in some way or the other. And these are people who define and consider themselves being constitutional Democrats. Work on what kind of structures and processes of affiliation will be most practical, and I think that that's something that will have to be discussed, and as things unfold, we would have to see what would work. The current leadership of the campaign could work towards some of the redefining work, form, resourcing, and structure of whatever may emerge from the discussions that unfold. One thing that we should highlight, though, is that we need to be cognizant of the context, the growing tensions, the sense of urgency. We don't have the luxury of taking 5 years to put our heads down and say, this is what we need to be doing. There is a need to almost respond very quickly to what's unfolding in the country. And then drawing together key civil society institutions and organizations who may subscribe to the declaration, and I think later on in the program we may come to some of that. In terms of what campaigns can a movement like this consider, one is linked to grassroots mobilization and activism. You could consider the civic education and dialogue element to things. There is a need for research. This conference may have put together new ideas on different forms of governance, for example, but there is a need to constantly look at international examples, local examples, best practices, and bring them to the fore, and strategically using our power to engage with political parties and the state both critically and supportively where necessary. And in doing so, you can consider the campaigns at two levels. So on the one level, you would have national popular appeal types of campaigns that presents the possibility for direct connection with people and their lived experiences. So if there's a need, for example, to a campaign around fix our streetlights wherever you are in the country, it appeals to people directly, it appeals to the ground. But at the same time, there's a need to push national messaging at a national level and almost build an overarching progressive politics that centers the Constitution. And here you can look at national campaigns, for example, around electoral reform. What are the top 3 things that everyone in the country should be considering? Post-conference, some of the work is really practical. So media work, conference reports, logistics, feedback to everyone who attended, feedback to the different communities who engaged with the conference document. And then you could consider democracy in BIZOs across provinces. Yesterday, Kgotsi Chikani mentioned that the one province, for example, the Northern Cape, where we really didn't have any interaction, and I think even here at this conference, there wouldn't be good representation from the Northern Cape. So how do we go to provinces, promote the conference outcome in communities, do a bit of democracy education work, and I think the Rivonia Circle and others have models for how this can be done. Map out local campaigns and organizations that are already in existence and how to support their work and draw them on board, and then partnering and supporting with other organizations where it links to issues of democratic renewal and change. And then lastly, I think it's the importance of convening civil society to discuss the work and the way forward in relation to this. And that includes the organizations who are here, who subscribe to the declaration at a later stage, and pulling together all of these groups. And then a step from there, establishing and formalizing a movement for democratic renewal and change. That's it from me. Those are our details. Just a reminder to please make sure you tweet and follow us on TikTok as well. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Lots of work done and lots to do still. So we're going to go back into commissions now, where you have the opportunity once more to go over some of the areas more in terms of action points rather than going over what we did yesterday, and also reflecting on what the DOD is all about and where it's going to. So we would certainly like you to come out with that. The rooms are all allocated on that side again. Hold on, I'm going to come to your question in a minute. I want to just announce that if anybody wants the conference documents that Trish put on the screen, you can go to her directly. You can take her number down. Her number is 082 900 0043. 082 900 0043. Okay, so you can ask, you can take that down. I'm also told that our key speaker, Kebisi Jonas, has his birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kebisi. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip. Hip hip. En nog een hip. All right. In domestic. Okay, just one more announcement before you go out. Two more announcements. When you go to your rooms, take your coffee, tea with you, so that we can get into the work of the commissions there. On your table, there's a number with respect to which commission you're going to. So all the rooms are in national, and that number takes you to the room that you should go to, please. So just look at that number on your table, all right? There was a question on that side.
Hopefully this works. Oh, cool, amazing. It was just a question on the previous presentation, because I'm not sure the nature of all the commissions, but will there be an opportunity to give recommendations to DOD as an organization itself? And I might just be abusing the platform, but I do think, and Faisal, you've heard me say this before, that there's a need for the Secretariat to get slightly younger. Especially when it comes to just handing over as time goes on. If we want this to be something that lasts the next 30 years, I think there needs to be a conversation about that at some point. Oh, it was just a conversation about if the commissions will have any recommendations for DOD in particular, and if not, my one recommendation is that I think there needs to be a consideration from Defend Our Democracy around how you get more young voices into the Secretariat in particular.
Okay. More than what we have here already. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody. You can go to your commission room, and there'll be a scribe and a facilitator. Afternoon, everybody. As you can well imagine, getting people to agree on a declaration takes time. So the final touches are just being done by the team. So I'm hoping that we can get some songs going again and get some activity going before we get to reading the declaration. Who's going to lead us in the song? Are you going to lead us? Are you going to lead us in the song? Anele, who did us proud the other day, is going to lead us in a song. Thank you very much, Anele. If you want a mic rather than this.
This one's fine.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm shaking again.
Don't shake, don't shake, don't shake. Thank you very much. A big hand for Anele, please.
Chile.
Sorry? Okay. You want to use that?
Nguwe wedwa nothando sibabaza ubukhulu bakho njalo njalo ulithemba lam hlala nam ndihlale nawe nsuku zonke zokuphila ngikhokhele umsindiso nothando nguwe wedwa nothando sibabaza ubukhulu bakho njalo njalo ulithemba lam hlala nam ndihlale nawe nsuku zonke zokuphila ndikhokhele umsindiso nothando. Thank you. Yebo kuhle ngokumazi ebusheni bam uJesu umsindisi.
Xa ngimdala kudlulile konke kuhle kwam uminami engumthokozisi yekubuhle bokumazi ekusheni kwam ukumthayesu msindisi ngangimdala kudlulile konke kuhle kwam uminami engumthokozisi. Hallelujah.
So we have another volunteer. Introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Palisa. I normally write spiritual songs, so I'm just going to render an item. I'll be comfortable with the mic. It's fine.
There you go.
Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, cool.
Thanks, Palesa.
When I think about creation, the work of your hands, how you formed the universe, and I became a universe at the work of your hands. When I think about creation, Lord, the work of your hands, how you formed that universe, and I became a universe at the work of your hands. At the work of your hands, I give glory. At the work of your hands, Lord, at the work of your hands, at the work of your hands, I give praises. At the work of your hands, I worship you. Now send me to the ends of the earth to teach your word. Now use me as a living sacrifice of praise. I just wanna tell the world about your love, your love, your love, your love. I just wanna tell the world about your glory. I just wanna tell the world. I just want to tell the world. I just want to tell the world about your greatness. At the work of your hands, I worship you.
South Africa's definitely got talent, right? Mpumi, your turn. After you. No, don't go away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mpumi. Yeah, maybe most of you know me as the cameraman. Yeah, so right now, I just like to share my other talent with you guys. So I would need a clap, like one. No, one. I knew a man who lived in fear. It was huge, it was angry, it was drawing near. Behind his house, A secret place was a shadow of a demon he could never face. He built a wall of steel and flame and men with guns to keep it tame. Then standing back, he made it plain that the nightmare will never ever rise again. But the fear and the fire and the guns remain. You can join in. It doesn't matter now, it's over anyhow. He tells the world that is sleeping. But as the night came round, I heard this lonely sound. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. One last very short one. I'm more of a classical side type of person, so I'd like to share my classical side with you. So I'll sing You Raise Me Up by Josh Groban. When I am down and know my soul so weary, when troubles come and my heart burns in, when I am still waiting in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy sea. I am strong and I am on your shoulders. You raised me up to more than I can be. Thank you so much.
So you can all queue up for his autograph afterwards, right? Now I've got a poem by Gift Hadebe. Gift, come through.
It's not working. Oh. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Gift. So I'm just going to render a short poem. This is how it goes. Oh, before, I just wanted to say some few words of which I wanted to hear since we got here. Ahmad Mohammed Kadrara once said, young men, enjoy freedom, but don't forget the responsibilities. So here's the poem. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, can you help me? I'm lost. Point me in the direction of abyss, where all the little young black humanity has gone. Where have they taken them? Tell me, where are they hiding? The dark, strange fruit bore from the forbidden tree of Africa, dripping with bloody tears and a sweaty sorrow. Can you tell me where they've gone? I wanna be there with my Africanicity. Ring the alarm, sound the sirens. Ember alert, Or do you only have memorized directions to the oasis where the faces who make Africa great again? I'm young, bold, and dynamic. I'm young, bold, and dynamic. Thank you.
Are you ready? One more. Sorry? We don't have time. Okay. So let's, Frida, you'll have to wait for another opportunity. So we come to the moment where Dudu, who's known to all of you, is going to come forward and read the declaration. Thank you, Dudu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Declaration of the Conference for Democratic Renewal and Change, as adopted on 2 July 2022 at the Birchwood Hotel and Conference Center, Ekurhuleni, Gauteng Province, South Africa. We, the representatives of diverse civil society groups, organized labor and business, faith-based and community organizations, academia and the media, and all who live in South Africa, who pledge allegiance to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, declare our country and to the world to know that the Constitution, which guarantees South Africans wide-ranging political rights and liberties in a participatory democracy, drafted to be a binding source of national unity, is under direct threat due to the insurrectionary and other nefarious activities of corrupt forces in our society that are opposed to democratic rule, the rule of law, and constitutionalism. The Constitution provides a framework for political freedom and broad developmental agenda to redress historical inequalities and uplift the material conditions of South Africans through the various generations of rights it enshrines. However, poor service delivery, organized criminal syndicates, large-scale corruption, and the systemic capture of the state by an organized network of compromised politicians, public servants, and private business interests has over the past decade weakened our democracy and placed at risk the ability of the state to ensure that all our people live in dignity. This has been tellingly confirmed by the Zondo Commission of Inquiry into State Capture. It is of grave concern that parliamentary oversight and the accountability of public representatives, as envisioned in the Constitution, have been seriously undermined by state capture and an electoral system that hinders accountability to citizens. This, in turn, has eroded the trust and the legitimacy of Parliament, the provincial legislatures, municipal authorities, and the wider government in the eyes of people in South Africa. Inequality, poverty, joblessness, and violence, which we inherited from apartheid, have been made worse by a decade of state capture, corruption, and maladministration by the government. We envision a new economic model that is inclusive and leaves no one behind, that meets people's basic needs and is characterized by values of empathy, solidarity, and social and climate justice. It is time to act. It is time for South Africans, irrespective of party political affiliation, to confront the pain of the present and the past. Democratic renewal and change are overdue. We dare not fail in changing course to achieve the vision of those who went before us, and including of those in more recent years, for whom no sacrifice was too great in their courageous actions to usher in our democracy. We believe a new politics for South Africa is imperative. We need new and innovative ways of thinking about politics, mobilizing and organizing to reignite people's power. Our point of departure should be based on clear constitutional principles, economic inclusion, values of solidarity, social and climate justice, ethical behavior, respect, collaboration, and transparency, which must advance participatory democracy and unity. The new politics must change the lived experience of joblessness, a stagnant economy, adverse climate change effects, and indefensible inequality. Similarly, the private sector must be held accountable to the duties and values of the Constitution. Now is the time to take back our democracy. Now is the time to defend our Constitution. We must make our constitutional democracy meaningful. It must enable the full expression of people's power, where citizens are empowered to become more active, rightfully exercising their political agency. We call for a democracy where the conduct, ethics, and integrity of public representatives and public servants are beyond reproach, where openness, accountability, and service to the people is the starting point and non-negotiable in practice. We pledge our commitment to a constitutional democracy, the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. Our Constitution is based on a deep tradition of liberatory politics and embodies a binding social contract between the state and citizens in which we, as equal partners, are responsible for the progressive realization of fundamental human rights and the effective and efficient rendering of quality services to all people, irrespective of race, ethnicity, gender, origin, or class. We have a duty to act. We believe that when the state and its public representatives fail to fulfill their constitutional obligations and governmental responsibilities, we, individually and collectively, have a right and duty to hold them accountable in lawful and peaceful ways. We have a program of action. Act we will. We, over 300 individuals and representatives belonging to over 100 organizations, organized formations of civil society present at this conference, will focus our collective energies on the following aspects, among other matters, to strengthen our democracy and to meet the aspirations of all South Africans. Campaigning for a new electoral system. We deserve a democratic parliament that is accountable to the people and not one that is populated by members of political parties who are visible only prior to elections and accountable to the parties they represent, rather than the public. Elections based on the present proportional representation system are unable to deliver a truly representative and accountable people's parliament. The proposed amendments to the Electoral Act fall short of an electoral system that realizes the potential of our constitutional democracy. We will campaign for fundamental reforms of the electoral system based on the principle of direct accountability of public representatives to voters and to the citizens at large, adequate voter and civic education, maintaining and strengthening the existing provisions of the Political Party Funding Act 2018, increased transparency in political party funding, and the imposition of severe penalties on political parties that fail to declare their source of funding. Furthermore, we will monitor the performance of public representatives to ensure that they discharge their oversight responsibilities and act ethically. We will act collectively to protect the integrity of the 2024 general election. Reclaiming and renewing our democracy. The measure of a democracy is the quality of life and dignity of the people who live in that democracy. That means, amongst other things, sufficient food, jobs, good health services, better education, affordable public transport, clean water, personal safety, and cheaper and sustainable sources of energy for the populace. Presently, there is deep satisfaction and alienation among South Africans, particularly young people, with the current political establishment because of the dire conditions in which the majority live. We will campaign for government, particularly at local level, to redirect its energies to meet people's basic needs. Such mobilization will be at the level of communities aimed at building people's power. We need to reinvent democracy and take back statutory organs aimed at enhancing participatory democracy in our communities. Professionalizing and restructuring the public service. Cadre deployment has led to the politicization of public service and the intelligence and security services, and the appointment of inept officials in the public service and state-owned entities. We will campaign for the application of the merit principle, consequence management, greater transparency, and lifestyle audits for senior appointments in the public service and SOEs. The aim is to promote a culture of accountability and enhance performance of public servants in all three spheres of government, including of the boards and senior management of SOEs. Combating corruption and state capture. Widespread corruption and the capture of the state by shadow private, political, and criminal networks have led to the weakening of democratic institutions and diminished the capability of the state to meet the needs of citizens. We welcome the report of the Zondo Commission of Inquiry into State Capture, which has marshaled the evidence of proving the stark reality of prevalent corruption and state capture in our country, and urge our citizens to engage with the reports. We will continue with mass-based campaigns against corruption and state capture, demand that government implements the recommendations of the Zondo Commission, monitor progress in this regard, and pressure the National Prosecuting Authority to charge and prosecute perpetrators and facilitators of corruption and state capture identified by the Zondo Commission. Support ongoing media investigations into corruption and challenge the dissemination of fake news and disinformation by captured journalists and on social media platforms. And support whistleblowers exposing corruption in government and the private sector. We will encourage research into both crafting a model law on whistleblowing and the establishment of an independent anti-corruption agency in South Africa. We will strive to develop fighters, corruption fighters, or accountability monitors at grassroots level within communities. We will mobilize the private sector to join the fight against corruption and state capture and conduct their business on ethical principles, deploy their resources in a manner that will grow the economy and create jobs, and share their skills, resources, and capabilities to improve service delivery, especially within municipalities. Standing up to the destabilization of democracy. As civil society formations, we will stand up to activities aimed at destabilizing our constitutional democracy, acts of sabotage, the destruction of public infrastructure, the threats to and violent attacks and assassination of political opponents, whistleblowers, activists, and persons exposing corruption and state capture, xenophobic attacks on foreign nationals, and the coordinated propagation of disinformation. We will mobilize citizens in defense of our democratic constitutional order. Build a popular movement for change. We hereby resolve that the Defend Our Democracy campaign be transformed as soon as practicable into a flexible popular movement based on institutional and organizational affiliation, including individual association where deemed necessary. It shall not contest elections, and it will act in defense of our constitutional democracy and mobilize at every level in this regard. This movement shall be charged with the responsibility of implementing the program of action adopted at this conference, and the conference secretariat shall report on its activities to its members within the next 12 months. Join the popular movement for democracy. We invite organs of civil society and all constitutional democrats to unite under our banner and join hands in strengthening our democracy and meaningfully improving the lives of all South Africans. We do so in the hope that we can develop a national program to build civil society capacity to do consistent oversight and accountability work. Thus adopted in the presence of individuals and representatives of over 100 organizations at the Conference for Democratic Renewal and Change, held on 1 to 2 July 2022 at the Birchwood Hotel and Conference Center in Ekurhuleni, Gauteng Province, South Africa.
Thank you, Dudu. Can we give Dudu another hand, please? And can you put your hands together for the team that put together this declaration, please? Now I know it's a big ask to be saying to this audience, do you support this declaration? Because I know all of you have come from different organizations. You have to take it back to your organizations. But can we actually take what was read, put down at the end, that we, as people who are at this conference, endorse this declaration or support this declaration? Lawson, does that mean you want to say something, or? Okay, come forward. You can come here, Lawson.
Thanks. No, I want to thank the drafting team for producing an excellent declaration, but there are a couple of minor points that I do think need to be amended. Firstly, on paragraph 7.1, I don't know if we can call it up again. It refers to the PR system as being the problem. It's the closed party list system that is the issue, not proportional representation.
Sorry.
So in the second sentence where it says elections based on the present PR system, that should be changed to elections based on the present closed party list system. There's a big difference between the two.
Okay.
And then secondly, on the Zondo Commission, we're calling for the implementation of recommendations. I would caution us against that because I think there are some of the recommendations in the Zondo report that are highly problematic. So those are just the 2 points I want to raise.
Anybody else who wants to?
Chair, under 7.2, the list of needs, the group that worked on the building people's power and democracy raised the issue, maybe the broad one is social security, but the basic income grant was certainly a recommendation that was made and it's not included.
Thank you. Again, I would like also to compliment the drafters. This has been an inspiring event, and to capture so many different things is not an easy task. I have only 2 points. The one relates to the first section that dealt with, I can't remember the number now, with cadre deployment. As it was being read, I understood that a number of measures should be taken to avoid the deleterious effects of it, including lifestyle audits and so on. It occurs to me that, you know, when your adversary, who is in charge of all of this, says exactly the same thing, lifestyle audits, appointment on merit, professionalizes the civil service, we're actually not really making an impact. I would have preferred us to say, as was suggested in our commission, that we must call an end to cadre deployment, categorically. Call for a demobilization of the deployment committee of the governing party and have perhaps a legal framework that will prevent any political party, whoever governs, from ever instituting this very, very pernicious principle of cadre deployment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the drafters and organizers of this really inspiring conference. I just have a couple of points. The first one relates to the framing in that first paragraph around the point on political rights and liberties. I think that our Constitution is very clear that we have different categories of rights, and all of those work together and must be organized together in order to fulfill the values of the Constitution. And here, what we've left out quite glaringly is the socioeconomic and cultural rights that are the bedrock of how we experience life in our societies and our communities at the grassroots level. And so I would like to motivate for that to be included in that line. The second point, it may feel like a detail or a semantic point, but I really do want to implore us to really engage the question of, when we say now is the time to take back our democracy, are we all in agreement that our democracy was ever in our hands in the ways that we are crafting and thinking about it? And who are we exactly taking it back from? I think that from the commissions that I was in both today and yesterday, it was very clear that the work of claiming our democracy was what was always required, and that function was demobilized in the transition period. And so I would like to motivate for a reframing of that phrase, take back, to claim our democracy. Thirdly, and perhaps lastly, I'd like to focus on the language of citizenship, particularly in that point, in a line that says the relationship between the state and citizens. As we are seeing and experiencing in our communities everywhere, citizenship, in the formal sense, carrying a green barcoded ID or ID card, has become the basis for which the people in South Africa, as the Freedom Charter as well as the Constitution has expressed, belong here and must be served by a constitutional democracy, are now being attacked on the basis of not carrying what is now being used as a new kind of dompas. And so I would like to motivate for us to reframe that language from citizens to between the state and the people. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to raise a concern, and it's something that I'm sure there may be other organizations that feel this way. But on behalf of the organization that I'm here to represent, Women of Workov, I do not think that we can, in good faith, be signed on to the declaration without having had time to take it back to our organization, read through it, engage our constituents, and determine whether or not this is something that we can get behind, especially if we feel that there may be issues that weren't covered, that were discussed in the Breakaway commissions that weren't included. So I would request from the organizers if we can reconsider that and maybe even give some time for us to go back to our committees and discuss it further.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Tessa from Ravonia Circle. Two broad points and then just a few things about the way forward, if I may, because I may not get the mic again. The first is the question about people's power and new politics. And I think that we need to, I don't know if we have a consensus about what people's power looks like and the ways in which it will play itself out and what new politics is. And while it's good to say those things, I think we, in the statement, fall short of talking about the forms that politics may take and the forms in which people's power may express itself. I don't know that we have the ability to put into that document now what that is, but maybe just as we think about that as organizations, for us to, in the future conversations we have about this document, to really tease out what the forms of new politics and people's power will look like in terms of action points. Because we're very specific about the issues, but I don't think we're as specific about the actions. The second thing is about the way we frame who civil society is and who we are. as formal civil society organizations. And throughout the document, there's a tendency towards talking about formality and institutions and affiliation and signing on and all of that. And I think it's one of the downfalls of the ways in which we now conceive of civil society as formalized institutions and organizations, which means that community-based organizations, community initiatives, community organizers who operate as individuals. There are a lot of people who work in these spaces who will agree with these values, who may not feel like they can be a part of whatever kind of popular movement we put forward, if we talk about it in terms of an institutionalized space and a space that only recognizes other kinds of formal institutions. So I would really think about just looking at the language when we talk about who can be a part of this popular movement, and really take it away from thinking about more formalized organizations and institutions to the ways we talk more about individuals, initiatives, communities. And the last point, or last set of points, really just about way forward. The one is that we're going to have to think about how we resource activism outside of ourselves. This call to action is a bold call to action, to mobilize more South Africans and more people to become active in our society and in our politics. But we all know that the challenge to do that is the resourcing thereof. And I think we're going to have very serious conversations with each other about what we are willing to do to extend our resources, our privilege, our access, our social capital to other people for whom activism is a much more costly exercise or something that they cannot do because of their resource constraints. The second thing that we must think about as conversations going forward is how often we convene. The point that was made at the back is an important one, because that would call for us to have more opportunities to convene. And I think we have to take that seriously. We need to think about how do we, in our different spaces, we organize events, we organize spaces. We are going to need to think about convening each other more often, much more often than we have done in the past. There's an urgency about creating a movement that will require that kind of convening so that we can go back to constituencies, can go back to communities, and then report back to somewhere about the things that those communities represent. Yes, the last thing that I wanted to say anyway is that the final thing is the question about the picture of success. What does success look like? In practical, technical terms, what does success look like? We have great ideas. We're going to mobilize people in order to change the country. How? And I think, again, that's a conversation that we're going to have to take forward as we try and realize this declaration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the drafting team for a very, very difficult job. I just want to echo that call for real serious interrogation of resourcing of activism, especially enabling to increase the participation of young people. On the declaration, just a small thing, a suggestion. The expression, the foreign nationals, can it be replaced by migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers? Because that foreign national, that formulation is very problematic. And I just want to point out that South Africans were never ever referred to as foreign nationals anywhere in Africa. So I think it's something which I feel very strongly about.
Yes, I want to. I think the crafting is fine, and congratulations to the crafters. Obviously, for good reasons, it emphasizes state capture and the corrosive effect of that on the economy and the benefits of economics. But I recall that we crafted in the recommendations a review of our economic policies. Because despite those, I mean, in addition to the state capture, we already had problems. And those were driven by the economic policies we had. And we have a very specific recommendation that says, let's review the economic policies and put a social lens on what they have actually provided. Because without that, yes, state capture may go, but if we stick to the current economic policies, we are likely to end up where we have been. Thank you very much.
Will I be next? I do. The reason I wanted to speak, it's John Clark, is that there's a person that I had invited and wanted to be here today who isn't here because she's in hiding. She is a whistleblower against the corruption and nepotism in the South African police services in the Free State. She has lodged complaints, she's lodged disclosures, and her situation is something which she carries a bulletproof vest with her. And I just mention her because it's symptomatic of a deeper malaise, and I have a 9-page statement from Mary de Haas, which I would want to ask the organizers if we could lodge with you to circulate to delegates, in which she basically makes the point, and this is really where it comes to the declaration, of the fact of the militarization and politicization of the South African police services has been a major obstacle and impediment to democracy. So I would just want to say, could there not be something in the declaration that calls again for the demilitarization and depoliticization and the professionalization of the South African police services?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would want to call upon the delegates who are present, the delegates and the individuals who are present, to kind of just consider and I really don't mean to throw the question of consultation and mandates and real democracy that involves, communities and organizations. I don't want to throw that principle under the bus. That's important because when we're looking at a democratic future, democratic processes are an inevitable part of that and an indispensable part of that. I do, however, want to appeal to delegates that we have the option of signing on as representatives of our organization, or we have the option of signing on as individuals. Can we, and I really don't want to use the interest of time as a camouflage for subverting democracy, but there is no way, Chairperson, that we should not build on the momentum that has gone into this project for nearly a year, and that in some ways it's culminating in its public face here. So I would just want to appeal to individuals and delegates who are present to kind of consider how do we capture the moment in order to deepen our democracy. Thank you.
Okay, there's a challenge to everybody, and you'll think about that while Sean comes to the stage. While he's coming here, can I just say the declaration will be available on www.defendourdemocracy.co.za, and it will also be emailed and WhatsApped out for an endorsement. Thank you.
Thanks, Faisal, for trying to get me to respond to a number of things here. I think the first issue about the closed party system and all of that amendment must be made. Lawson, I think the difficulty we have, there are 200 and some odd, 60 odd recommendations from the report. If we are to say here now that we don't support all, then we'd have to be specific. I think the call here is for government to implement the recommendations of the report At some point when government argues that it can't, that's a separate story. But I think civil society on its own would, from your conference that's coming together with PARI, is a second platform to refine the agenda for civil society around the state capture report. But in its broad essence, I think what this thing is saying, this is the first gathering, public gathering of civil society, must come out unequivocally in its support for the Zondo Commission, noting that there might be issues around it, that there will be areas of disagreement. The big inclusion, I think, is something that will be considered. Pali, there is a reference to changing the economic model. If you look at 1.4, envisaging a new economic model that is inclusive. So it is in there. I was trying to find where is this issue of foreign nationals that is being referred to, because that's certainly something that must be changed. Claim back. I think this is very deliberate. It's claiming back our democracy from political parties. And if you look at the rest of that, that is where you want to begin to center politics and power in this country. So it's primarily the entire document and the conference has been about ensuring that politics is not just left to political parties. That's the spirit and intention of that particular phraseology. The issues of whistleblowers are addressed in 7.4, 7.5, a number of specific recommendations made there, and the importance of whistleblowers and their contribution, I think, is recognized throughout the document. I think what Faisal forgot to say is that this is the high-level summary of all of the discussions. What must come from this is the detailed conference reports and the program of action and proposals from each of the commissions, as well as all the other contributions. That is the most substantive package that could not be processed in the time that is here, because we would have had to have delayed at least up until tonight to make sure that gets done. I think lastly, the way forward. Tessa, if we're going to build a movement, we must know who is willing to work with this movement on the program that is there. And that is why it calls on institutions, organizations, individuals who think that they want to be aligned with this, who will then be called upon to indicate as such. It is those organizations, individuals, and institutions who will gather in, I hope, before 6 months, but the document says within a year, they would need to be convened to then talk about how to take this forward. Because we cannot assume that we will speak for all kinds of people. It's those who are aligned to what the outcomes of this particular conference. Resourcing activism and so forth, again, would be dependent on the program of work and those who want to be associated with it. This is not a rich campaign. It doesn't have deep pockets. It's going to have to look at how it resources itself in the first instance. So that I think is part of its big challenge. Did I leave out something now? We're not asking for endorsement here. If you look at the phrasing of this declaration, it simply says, thus adopted in the presence of individuals and representatives of the organizations who attended the conference. So we're not asking you to endorse it, that you will go back to your organization. When your organization agrees with this, as well as the substantive document and program of action, it is those organizations who will then give this movement its character, its shape, its format, and most importantly, its leadership. We are not an elected leadership thus far. Reverend Chikani convened us in a crisis moment. We've brought it to this point. The next point is those who are prepared to go to the next level to do the kind of work that's outlined here. They must get to the formalities of the organization. So I'm hoping that's clarified some of the issues, which should then enable us to, in a broad sense, indicate support for the substance and the intention of what is in here.
Okay, thank you very much, Sean. So, can I just get support for this declaration? Show of hands. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, so we now come into the last part of the conference, and that's the closing speech by Cheryl Carolus. Cheryl, of course, is known to all of us, so I'm not going to I'm sure her CV is as long as I am tall, but Cheryl has been with the Defend Our Democracy campaign right from the beginning. She's supported us throughout. And Mike, that's not my name, by the way. Cheryl, welcome. Thank you very much.
Mandla! Matla! Good afternoon, compatriots, comrades and friends. We've gathered here over the last 2 days because, quite frankly, our democratic project has been violated, it's been hijacked, and our state has been captured. And let us not forget, it happened on our watch, in front of our very own eyes. And I must tell you, my blood just runs cold, and then at times it boils over at the realization that it is continuing as we sit here. And I think many of us here are quite convinced that the current crisis at Eskom and in many of our state entities involves a good dollop of very conscious sabotage. And the timing of some of these things happening happens to be linked at a time when the net is closing in on the kingpins in the state capture project. So as we seek to cleanse, as we seek to build, because I think it's not just about cleansing. I think many comrades, especially our younger comrades, have emphasized the need that freedom did not arrive on the 27th of April in 1994. We knew that, especially the old ones here. But we knew what happened in 1994 was a crucial first step in building full freedom and full democracy. And the capture of our state, as we know, has happened very deliberatively. And for quite some time, all of us had the frog in the boiling pot syndrome, where we constantly moderated our tolerance levels. And we would sometimes curse and sometimes even explode with fury, mostly in private, or on our own, often over dinner party conversations for those of us who are fortunate enough to have food for dinner. And over the last 2 days, we have gathered here citizens to quite decisively say, no, this is quite enough. And we've gathered in our full diversity for the first time in a very long time, because democracy has been hijacked by people who in fact abused, weaponized us, and made us believe that democracy was a single party or philosophy or ideology monopoly. And what a refreshing 2 days it has been. I think I've just heard this over and over again, the levels of debate, of disruptive behavior, the toy that we've had, has just put new hope and fire in our bellies. And I think what we realize today is that we have been here before. We have been abused, we have been battered, many have been killed, but we marched on. Through the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. Many of us were killed. Many today still carry the physical and the emotional scars of torture and trauma. And many spent large parts of their lives in prison cells. And despite that, every time we rose and we rose again. Then we came together in a broad front, pretty much like we're trying to discuss and explore over these last 2 days in the 80s. And I think that Madiba would be the first person to say that as we rose and rose again, and as we united, and especially when we cracked the code, that we need to unite across party politics, across ideologies, around the things that we all stand for and that matter to us. That was what set Nelson Mandela free. The fact that Nelson Mandela and other political prisoners walked out of their prison cells was because we, the people, freed them. And here we are again, back in the trenches. I mean, can you believe it? I think a number of us were saying, did we ever think that as parents, grandparents, some of us are even great-grandparents, here we are again, back in the trenches. But I think what we need to recognize is that we have a much better environment to end this nonsense now. We have a constitution, we have an independent media, we have an independent judiciary, and we have laws and institutions that are much more enabling and that doesn't allow the same repression of dissent that we saw under the apartheid monster. And of course, sometimes the media gets it wrong, sometimes judgments are wrong, but we have the institutions to correct that and to challenge. We didn't have that under apartheid. And we, in fact, created those. Much of those, the texture around that, came from we, the people, in civil society, many of whom sit here or we represent the many who are not here. But we're also painfully aware that we have ever-growing extrajudicial processes, much like those under the apartheid regime. And very many of them are in fact continuations aided and abetted by some of those same dark forces that were there under apartheid, the CCPs. We look at how particularly in our security apparatus, how many of those monsters who killed, maimed, necklaced, tortured are still there. And the collusion between them and many in our police services, in our prison services, in our judiciary, there are still relics of some of these people who were quite active in enabling that. But I want to say again, we have the institutions and the laws that enable us to challenge them. And I think one of the things that came out over the last 2 days is that we also realized we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to make many of these things work. We've allowed the capturers of our state and our democracy to render many of these wonderful institutions, and right up to Parliament and our cabinet, we've allowed those institutions to be hijacked by this minority of thieves and crooks. And we cannot allow this to continue. And we have the authority in the institutions to start to challenge it. And I think a big task is that we have to go and occupy and modify when necessary. But most enhearteningly, I think over the last 2 days, we've actually just realized what the obvious is, that we all know, because the reason why we're here is because we all know each other. We all bump into each other, often when we're angry, and we are opposing something, and we are defending something. But maybe we should also be more positive about this. We have just become aware over the last 2 days of how much is happening in our ranks. It's been a great stock taking. And it's actually quite empowering and refreshing. But it's been happening in silos. Hopefully the good ideas for coordination, collaboration, working in support without over-formalizing, and I want to emphasize that we do not need another structure or another thing that needs money and that needs whatever to run us. We've actually managed to do just fine on a number of things. And obviously we must look at how we support those who need more than what others do. And most importantly, our people are battered and bruised and traumatized, and they are hopping mad like we are. We need to see how the energy of these 2 days will not make us de facto gatekeepers of limiting who comes in how. Of course, we've got to stick to principle. Of course, we don't want any tsotsis in our ranks. But we have to find ways. The one big thing that we need to pay attention to is how do we allow the space for public demonstrations of disapproval and dissent to be, and actually create spaces that will not be monopolized by populists. But I also think these 2 days have, and maybe it's been a more muted part of it, but it has become a Thanksgiving space. Because where we are today, where we can stand up and challenge this blatant wrongdoing, is come at a price again. We will be forever grateful to Advocate Thuli Madonsela and a team in the Office of the Public Protector, which has been hollowed out since then. And we want to thank them for the report and the recommendations as they unearthed the frightening reality that had been created to rob us, our children, and the generations of the future, of our future. We want to say thank you to Advocate Madonsela and her team. And we do want to pay tribute to the work of the Commission of Inquiry into State Capture, so ably led by Justice Zondo and his team of researchers and some of the finest legal brains of our land. We salute them for pursuing their task with dedication, with courage, and excellence, even during the times when the Commission ran out of money and they all worked without pay. We want to say, Justice Zondo and your team, thank you. And we want to say thank you to your families for the many sacrifices that they've had to make. Now, just on that note, our president now says to us, he will need until September to read the report. And then he will take the report to Parliament. And I think we must say to our president that the information in the report came from brave, well-informed citizens, not from Parliament. In fact, Parliament was sometimes an obstacle. And some elected leaders were in fact at the very architects of state capture and corruption. And many of them are still in that Parliament, protected by an electoral system that protects and shields them from accountability. And we want to say to our president that we will not allow foot dragging with how that report will be dealt with. We must make sure that we drive hard for that report to become public and for the citizens of this country to see that there is some reaction and action. And I do think we want to express our gratitude to the judiciary for their continued role in safeguarding our Constitution and the mandate it gives to protect and promote the rule of law and equality for all. We must fiercely safeguard the independence of our judiciary. And the nonsense that out there on the street amongst certain very predictable quarters must be nipped completely in the bud, and we must be vocal every time there's an attack, physical or intellectually, against the freedom of the judiciary. And that doesn't mean that the judiciary doesn't get it wrong. Of course they do, which is why we have a system which allows for appeals to higher courts. And we know that when it gets to the Constitutional Court, there's actually a clear measure by which things will be measured. So we want to say to the judiciary, thank you. Please keep doing your job. We also want to thank the whistleblowers who stood up, often as lone voices in those institutions that were being captured. And they're still paying the price for their bravery. And that's also something we sometimes miss. We don't pay enough attention to that. Most of them are still unemployed. Many of them, together with their jobs, they lost their homes. Their children's schooling and all sorts of other things were affected. Most of them are unemployed today. And I urge us present here to support those brave patriots to get their lives back and to create some pathways out of the darkness for them and their family. And so let us say, I don't know if any of them are still remaining. I saw quite a few of them in the course of the day. Cynthia here? Anybody else? Thank you, Cynthia, and thank you to all the brave, courageous whistleblowers. And I also want to say that we bow our heads in respect to those who were murdered when they stood up. Too many whistleblowers in the public sector, in our councils, in the South African police, and in our communities have been murdered, and nothing has happened to bring their murderers to book. How does that happen? Over the last 2 days, we've also recognized some of the fault lines that have enabled state capture, and we need to correct those. We've identified a review of the current electoral system as critical in this journey of renewal. It must change. And we should ensure that the pressure is on all the political parties and that there is loud noise amongst all voters to end this abuse in this process, as our politicians are going to start asking us to vote for them again. They're not going to change it because turkeys don't vote for Christmas. They are all there because of the current electoral system. So let us use the deadline of the December set by the Constitutional Court. And there's, in fact, a process under Valimosa to, in fact, look at this electoral reform. Let us be present and active in this process, and let us not defer this to those turkeys who are waiting for Christmas to come. And it's been having a very long Christmas, some of them. Let us break the grip of party bosses who shamefully continue to provide cover for wrongdoers and lawbreakers by seeking to deal with violations of the law and outright immoral behavior through internal party political processes and redeployments. And the ANC is not alone in this. A lot of spotlight on the ANC, and so it should be, because it is the governing party. I refuse to call it the ruling party because they don't rule me. They're here to govern. It's a complete misunderstanding when we call them rulers. They are not our rulers. So, and I say this as an ANC person, just in case none of you knew that I am an ANC person. But I really think that we need to tackle this thing, and we note the people in the DA have also been found wanting in some efforts, lied about this, qualifications, did the wrong things. And then there were efforts to, for example, redeploy them into premier's offices at the same salary that they were receiving, as political office bearers. So we are not alone in the ANC in this. We should, as citizens, wait. Why should we, as citizens, wait for the obfuscation by semi-legal internal party processes with no transparency and no accountability. And as we have learned, those processes often obstructs lawful processes and panders to the principle that if you don't tell on me, I won't tell on you. And they all live happily ever after on our money. And they seem to confuse loyalty to the party with loyalty to our country. What utter nonsense is that? Our country will be a much better place without parties that hide criminals. And let us take a stand on all of that and not start finger pointing only to the ANC. Let us look at all these other parties too. And let us just be very clear that the shenanigans in the official parties, we've seen victimization of people in the DA and the EFF who dared to question the leadership in those parties, which is why we in the Defend Our Democracy campaign has managed to unite people from all those various parties. It's not people from any one party who's here. And we must also say how appalled we are at this, how this culture of impunity and lack of accountability at the top has spread into our public sector with totally disastrous effects on the most vulnerable in our society. The outright thievery and abusive behavior that has become far too characteristic of our public representatives and people who are paid taxpayers' money for their salaries, we shouldn't be tolerating. Why should we accept the so-called deployment, often at a fee, of callous, incompetent persons who have allowed our infrastructure to disintegrate, not held to account for not doing their jobs, with disastrous consequences to poor people in our communities? And here I want to go there. We must call on our unions to do some soul searching and to get themselves to act in defense of our rights as citizens, to get good service from their members. There was a time when our unions were the voice of the most vulnerable. Sadly, our unions have allowed, or our union movement have allowed their members to sometimes become weaponized in factional party politics. The splits in the union movement has weakened genuine working class struggles and replicate the same sicknesses that we see in our political parties. Our once strong, unified labor movement is now divided and much weaker, and we see the consequences in many ways. We need to find ways too, as part of rebuilding our democracy. We need to find ways of rebuilding the trade union movement too. The Communist Party, for good measure as well, I'll throw in the mix there. We need to rebuild the ethos of Oscar Mpeta, Ray Alexander, Sophie de Bruin, Elijah Bagai, Nana Abrams, Samson Ndoh, Neil Agate, and many like that, if we want a meaningful voice for poor people whose livelihoods are ever more under threat in a globalizing world where the global order is personified by the likes of Trump and Boris Johnson. We need our workers in the public sector to care about the poor and to seek to serve. They too need to take strong action against corruption and theft by their members. They need to be vocal about those who ask for cool drink money and who abuse a poor woman who comes in to give birth in a filthy public hospital. Let us also be very clear that there are elements within the private sector, as alluded to in our declaration, that actively enables corruption. And there's a similar kind of tolerance for those who do. Those in the big audit firms and the likes of McKinsey, who are at the forefront of enabling corruption, those who drafted the report that seek to criminalize and villainize people like Pravin Gordhan and that team, the wonderful team of theirs in SARS. Let us not forget that report that was used to victimize those people was drafted by people in KPMG, lawyers who supported them to do that, and that was used to get rid of good civil servants. Those of us who use the services of the firms implicated in the state capture must demand to hear from those firms too, to account what they have done to weed out and ensure the imprisonment of those in their ranks who facilitated this unlawful behaviors. Our business formations, like BUSA, the Black Business Council, the BLSA, etc., must drive this. They must ensure that there can be no doubt that business is a force for democracy and social good. We don't hear much noise from there. We would like to see decisive action taken against the likes of Marcus Jooste too. It's all very quiet on that front. We would like to strong action by business organizations to censure wrongdoers who steal and defraud. And we need action against those that damage our environment and who cause harm to our communities. And we should in fact urgently also look at something that's very controversial in the private sector at the moment. We should be looking at obscene levels of remuneration and inequality and disparities in workplaces in both the public and the private sector. We look at what civil servants are paid, many of them sitting at home doing nothing. Then we look at what chairs of boards of public sector entities get paid. I mean, that can't be right. So we should go there and look at the pay that people at the top award themselves. Societies where we do not have these disparities have far fewer social ills, like crime, for example. We need to make it very clear that we should be shaming those in the public and the private sector who believe that their bling lifestyles are entirely reasonable and that they are entitled to it. What is so also clear is that funding of individuals and parties play a big role in the corruption of political parties and the stance they take on important policy issues. Parliament has now passed a law outlining limits and seeks to improve. Ooh, Faisal's saying to me, I've got 3 more minutes. I think I should finish with him. Thank you, Faisal. You can see we are all bubbling over, and I've been so inspired by what's come up here. I've been taking notes all that. But I think we need to deal with that law, which is there now. All the political parties are running for cover. And by the way, the opposition parties more than the ANC on this one. They're all trying to shift the limits of what parties can get, and they're trying to reduce the levels of transparency that the law has to enforce. We cannot allow that to happen. And so, let us make sure that those incriminated in the findings of the Zondo Commission and many other commissions before Zondo, that they have their day in court and that the guilty should get into orange overalls ASAP. And maybe one thing which was hotly contested, I think, in various commissions today, over the past 2 days, we all spoke about the need to restore the trust deficit about elected leadership in our country. And today we cannot ignore the allegations around our president. The allegations are very, very serious. And we have to bring pressure to bear on the relevant authorities and anybody who can influence this to urgently be held accountable for establishing if there's any truth whatsoever to this. Is the man we trusted to clean up after his dodgy predecessor also dodgy? Or is there a calculated plan to paralyze him? There's a lot at stake here. If our president is a dodge, we must offer him no place to hide and deal with him like we deal with all the others. If our president is in fact the victim of, and the president and his staff and his family are targets of dark forces, we need to know the truth so that we can evaluate it, so that we can rally behind them with everything in our power. We just need simple clarity on this matter. So, Faisal, I want to conclude by proudly commending all those who made this gathering happen. I want to particularly single out, I see Zakira sitting here, looking very nervous about me rambling on. I want to thank the staff and the board of the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, who continue to display the characteristics of their founders, Ahmed Kathrada and his comrade and strong backer in the establishment of the foundation, Bab Andrew Mlangeni. And I want to commend the many organizations who make up the backbone of the work of Defend Our Democracy. And this is very risky, but I do want to thank particularly those who've been for years fighting in the hustings. Treatment Action Campaign, Equal Education, Abahlali, and the many NGOs that have taken the plight of our people forward, like Section 27, the Helen Suzman Foundation, the Legal Resources Center, and many others amongst them, too many to mention. Last but not least, I want to thank each one of you in this room today, particularly the young lions who are in the trenches every day in the country. Your insights, your energy, and your leadership has given us a roadmap for reclaiming our country. It's been wonderful to reestablish a real camaraderie where we're comfortable in our diversity and even in our divergences. Let us bring to life the decisions of the last 2 days and build a strong, united front, because that's how we will become unstoppable. Let us honor Tata Madiba in this Mandela Month by following up our discussions with a strong program of action to take forward our discussions with fire in our bellies. The power is still ours. And history will judge us if we don't use that power. Let us say loudly and confidently, Mandla! Mandla! Can we get a good song from over there? My family bans me from singing in public, so it's not.
Okay, let's put our hands together again for Cheryl, please. We're coming to an end, so I'm going to ask Zakira to come and do the thank yous and close the conference. Thank you, Zakira.
Thanks, Dr. Ndera. So yesterday when I came up here, I had some illusions of sleep. But I think after the deliberations over the 2 days, the kind of richness of discussion that flowed from the breakaways as well as the plenary sessions, the valuable insights and the many ideas, all of this can't be consolidated in a few hours or day, perhaps even a week. So I think that there needs to be an understanding that with the processes that will unfold, it will take a bit of time. Setting up a book club takes time. Setting up an organization takes time. And if we're looking at going towards a movement, it will take a bit of time to pull things together. But more than that, I think I shouldn't have any illusions, and I won't be disillusioned then if I don't get any sleep. In saying that, I'd just like to thank everyone who is here. Your presence makes the conference. It makes an organization, it makes a movement. So thank you so much for being here. I'd like to thank the staff again, and again mention people by name. So Kaliwe Shivambu, Duretsang Mameti, and Keshni Das from the DOD staff. The Ahmed Kathrada Foundation staff, there are a whole lot more, so I'm not going to go through the full list. The secretariat members, your time every week of every month, it's just amazing the work that you do and your commitment. The many volunteers, the drafters, the marshals, the people who helped at registration, every person who contributed here, all of the kinds of suppliers and people who helped with the conference, the venue, the sound, the medical people, safety officers, everyone who helped pull this together, the various funders, the media people who are here, the security personnel, people who watched online. Many organizations couldn't make it to the conference or send a delegate to the conference. And I think we just appreciate you being so consistent in keeping tabs on the live stream as well. We hope to see you soon as we pull all of this content together, just to recap that we will be sending out an amended declaration for all to consider. With it, in the next 2 weeks or so, we'll be pulling together a comprehensive report on all of the deliberations, the inputs, as well as the program of action. And that will be shared with all of the organizations who are here, perhaps others who couldn't be here as well, just for you to think about. And thereafter, I think at some point we would like to convene you again. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone. I hope I've managed to thank all of the various teams. There were videoing teams and many others who played a role in this conference, and those who were out prior. And I suppose post-conference as well, we're going to rely on help from many others. So thank you so much. And with that, I think we'd like to close.